there. How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're all having a good start to your week. Yes. Well, I doubt there's going to be more sports ball related yelling here. Um, 'Cause yeah, the team didn't manage to get very far. So, yeah. It does mean that I no longer have to like check when the next big game is that like people here would care about, and then try and like avoid being outside because yeah, when people suddenly start throwing around fireworks, I prefer not to be walking in that mess. Um, so yeah, I'm happy to have my peace and quiet back. If people weren't quite so obnoxious about it, I wouldn't care. So yeah, like if people didn't do the like yelling so loud that like it's basically like a jackhammer level of like volume, and you hear it for quite a distance, like that. I personally say it's quite unnecessary, but especially generating just copious amounts of trash and then setting off fireworks. Just so much. If they skip those things, I wouldn't mind. Like I'd say for most other types of sports that people care about, at least over here, it doesn't feel as extreme. So yeah, that those I don't care. Like plenty of people care about like Formula One, and I don't, but I don't really have any strong opinions about it because it doesn't affect me. Whether or not like a local athlete does well there, I can't tell the difference. I don't get woken up at 2 a.m. because of that. So, if anything, they're just really good at making people dislike the entire like thing. So, yeah. Yes, if that was the case, I would probably be a lot more nervous, but I would also be very, very confused because why would that many people be watching my channel all of a sudden? Like even like on the Twitch front page, you don't get that kind of viewership. I'm not sure if any Twitch channel ever has gotten that kind of viewership. So it would be both be kind of concerning and confusing if my channel was suddenly at that point. Because I don't think that would be a good thing. Would be more likely to be some sort of uh like intense like bot attack or something. So yeah, like I don't think that would actually like naturally happen. So yes. Either way, um, I just personally like I like my peace and quiet, and I prefer for other people's hobbies not to affect my hobbies. So that's all. I feel like that's not too much to ask. But yeah, clearly opinions differ between people. So yes. Um, anyhow, like I'm sure there's gonna be more sports ball stuff. Like I don't keep track. I just see when everything suddenly gets covered in orange iterations of the usual product. So yeah, the weirdest thing I've seen, like I have seen orange colored bathrobes that are specifically for like I think specific to this year. So obviously sports ball, but yeah, specific to this year. Also, orange versions of like replaceable mop pad fabric thingies. I don't know the exact term for them, but yeah, those in orange when they're usually not orange. Because obviously you need to have your mop be ready for sports ball season. It's just so bizarre. But anyhow, for now, all of that should be over until either next sports ball season or to like, I think it's either May or April when King's Day is celebrated, which is basically the same color scheme, but not actually quite as intense as sports ball season. Somehow. This time of year genuinely is intense. So, yeah. But now it's just the countdown for when all of a sudden all that stuff just disappears, probably into the garbage. So, oh well. I just hope they tone it down next time around, because I feel like it's getting more intense every year, and that is ridiculous. Anyway. Europe being on fire, yeah, it's been warm. There's been a massive heat wave. I don't know if it's currently no longer a heat wave for all of Europe, but like over here, the heat wave is currently over. Doesn't mean that there won't be another one. Decent chance there will be. It's only the start of summer. So if there isn't another heat wave for the rest of summer, so basically for the next 3 months, I'll be very surprised. I mean, I'd also be probably fairly happy about it, unless we end up like in a new ice age or something where it's somehow even worse than having a heat wave. But if it's reasonable temperatures and not some other weird weather phenomenon, I would be quite happy if that was the last heat wave of the summer. I just don't expect it to be. So, yes. Also, last stream I was mentioning that I would try and get myself some sort of electric fan, like especially one with like a large rotor thingy or like large blades, so that it would ideally move a fair amount of air without having to spin too fast, so it wouldn't have to be too loud. Update on that. Basically all fans and air conditioning units and anything that people might want during a heat wave is sold out. And in some cases, to the extent that they don't even know when it would be restocked. So, yeah, no changes in that regard yet. So, yep. Maybe I can eventually get something like that. It would be nice to have as part of my setup. And, I mean, it's not like summer is just something happening this year specifically, so ideally, once I do manage to get my hands on one of those, it should last a few years. So, I'm okay with waiting, but, yeah. It's not so much that Europeans dislike air conditioning, I'd say. I'd say it's more that, like, construction-wise, buildings are quite different and not necessarily built in a way that really works great with air conditioning. So, like, having, like, ventilation systems, like, what's it called? It's like, HVAC or something? Those systems aren't really as much of a thing here, other than, like, big office buildings. But, other than that, those aren't a thing. Like, you have stuff to basically remove air, so, like, via, like, a vent hood, like, above your stove, or, like, in bathrooms, stuff like that. So, taking air out of the building for, like, humidity reasons, or, like, any potential reason, really. Those exist. The opposite doesn't really exist. The, like, bringing air in and getting that air to be a specific temperature or humidity, not really a built-in system. So, yeah, it's not really as commonplace to have anything like that. Like, you have windows, and windows, a lot of the time, also have, like, vents at the top of them, so that air can come in since you're taking air out. But essentially, you are just replacing the air you remove from the building without said air. That's just coming in. So, yeah, that's how that works. So, I'd say overall, it's not really ideal to add in an air conditioning system to that, because you either have to never ever close any door, because otherwise there won't be any airflow between like rooms, so that your air conditioning system would only do one room. Or you have to get an air conditioning system for every room. Yeah. And even just installing them can be quite difficult. Because, well, at least from what I've seen, other parts of the planet have very different building materials that they commonly use. Whereas over here, one of the, well, two of the most popular major building materials, concrete and brick, which drilling through those to fit like whatever diameter like hose you have to add in for an air conditioning system, that's a lot. So it's not like you have to just drill through like plywood. So yeah, it's not easy. And even then, like the vents on windows are not optional. So you will be having warm and humid air coming in through the vent, because that is just part of how buildings work here. So I'd say overall, architecturally, just not really an ideal combination. So yeah, there is that. Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's completely impossible to have air conditioning. I'm not trying to say that. Just that it's not ideal. And, well, because of that, people try and find other ways. So, for example, getting a fan that is supposed to cool via evaporating water, which, in this heat wave where it's very humid, not as convenient, but technically possible. So, yeah. And, like, there's also other potential ways that people deal with it. So, yeah. Lots of different strategies, but overall, air conditioning systems just aren't really a standard thing here. At least, not in, like, residential settings. Office buildings, completely different matter. Or, like, large stores, very different from, like, yeah, residential. So, anyhow, air conditioning, definitely not in my near future, but, like, technically not impossible. I just don't know how feasible it would be with all the other caveats I mentioned, because it is loud. So, having, like, individual air conditioning systems to, like, cool down individual rooms just means those rooms are all gonna be loud. So, yeah, I don't mean that brick houses don't exist there. I'm saying that, like, with the very long list of things, it's very difficult to punch a hole through the walls. There's vents on windows. There's no, like, ventilation system other than taking air out of the building. Yeah, I feel like overall it's optimized for the opposite of air conditioning. So, that's all. So, doesn't mean that it's impossible to have an air conditioning system if you have one of those things, but all of them combined just make it feel a bit, well, like it's not very fitting. So, yes. And in general, for streaming, as I said, it is loud. So, yeah. Classic buildings, yeah, I mean, those also exist. There's definitely issues with buildings that are like protected because of them being like a historic monument, and yeah, if you're in that situation, obviously you can't just randomly punch holes through walls and expect that to not have consequences. So, yep. But yeah, I've heard of different strategies of like putting like a bucket of ice water behind your fan or anything like that. I haven't tried that specific thing. I think I've tried having a fan blow over a bowl of ice water. Didn't really work so well. But yeah, I haven't tried putting it behind the fan, but maybe it only works for very specific types of fans. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Retrofitting homes for air conditioning. Basically, here, I'm not aware of them adding air conditioning as a standard thing. I think it's always retrofitting any building other than office buildings. So, like, giant, like, glass on all sides office buildings. Those, as far as I know, do come with air conditioning. Because otherwise, those won't work. But, yeah. Anyhow, let's just play some RollerCoaster Tycoon. I mean, I've definitely seen buildings older than being from the 1960s. Easily. Like, I've seen buildings that are hundreds of years old. So, yep. I mean, I have even toured at least one or two, like, old castles. So, yep. But yes, anyhow. Yeah, I have heard of places having issues with the air conditioning failing because of the weather. Which, a whole new thing. Oh, and a very Europe-specific issue as well. School buildings tend not to come with air conditioning, at least in the countries I've been to. So, yeah. Or at least in the past they didn't come with air conditioning. And retrofitting an entire school building with air conditioning, difficult. So I've heard of school buildings where inside the building it's reaching 39 degrees or above. And it's not summer vacation yet. Oh boy. I'm glad to not be in school anymore, because that sounds pretty bad. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how many schools would have air conditioning. It's not a standard thing. So, way too warm in school buildings this time of year. Like, they're telling schools to, like, do some classes outside, but, like, how much shaded outside space do you expect every school to have? So, yep, that's a thing. Also, apparently this park has 3 gates. Huh. Okay. And yeah, it's an abandoned factory complex. A mechanical-themed amusement park, alright. And at least 1,100 guests at the end of year 3. Okay. So, let's look around. But yeah, I mean, I would say that the climate has gotten worse. But even when I was in school, at least the month of June was generally too warm to be able to really focus. And, yeah. Especially nice to have finals be specifically, well, either in, like, May or June. Because, yeah, it's not like when you are about to graduate from school, you'd want to be able to focus. Yeah, no need for that. That would be silly. So, uh-huh. Okay, so we've mainly got a bunch of different paths. Some of them are quite confusing, like this situation. I mean, there is kind of a connection there. Well, I'd say in amusement parks you generally shouldn't start digging in the gravel and, yeah, you should probably stay on the proper path and not try your luck. Who knows what you might find. Like, I mean, at best you'll find a bunch of random trash that ended up in every corner that isn't properly cleaned on a regular basis. Like, I'm sure actual amusement parks are full of abandoned plastic bottles in every corner that's slightly hidden. So, I don't think the park has any actual stuff that earns money. So, any stalls, anything like that. I am allowed to charge admission. Interesting. So it is possible that I'm not allowed to charge for ride tickets in this park. So that could be a problem. I do have a fair number of things already unlocked, including the ATMs. That is nice. And I mean, the water rides, we do have the log flume, because I don't think there's any natural water in this place. And I don't really want to build a lake. Seems like a bit much. Do I have to unpause? Yes. Okay, so okay, I guess it's supposed to be a road and maybe a helicopter landing spot. Don't know. Weird stuff. But I guess those aren't really a problem. Because, well, they're not on the land I'm currently building on. So, what do I want to start the park? I think first thing will be the information desk, which might actually be kind of difficult to place in this case, because the paths don't really all converge in a way that helps with that. So, I guess I could make it so that they're not all entrances? I don't know. Oh, whoops. Wrong path? Definitely the wrong path style. There. That's the one that you were using here. Okay. That's all connected. And then this can connect over there. Okay. There. And then for the people entering the park, obviously want to make sure they can buy their umbrellas and park maps and whatever else. Okay, and it is raining, so I've already opened the park even though there's nothing here. And by nothing, I mean, well, now we have a 3D cinema. Or 4D? Whatever this one's supposed to be. And movie. Let's do Space Raiders, I guess. Yeah, Space Raiders. Sure. And yes, open it. Or test it, I guess. Right, so admission has to be free. Figured that might be the case. Which style of queue do I want to go with? I feel like the bright red one feels a bit more futuristic. So, I'll go with that. And then I guess the exits can fit with that style as well. Okay. And medium excitement, medium intensity. Good enough. Open it. Okay. So, the park is now technically open. Not that anyone seems to care. They really do not seem to care at all. Okay. So, what else do I add? The motion simulator, sure. Let's see. I could technically change some of the layout here. I don't know if that would actually make any difference. I don't think it would. No. But what I can do is close it again, and then moving entrance and exit. Would that work? Yes, it should. And then the exit can move right here. Okay. And then open it again. And then make the paths work again. There. And there. Just trying to use the space efficiently. So, I don't think I've been in any motion simulator thing that's anywhere close to this. So, yeah, not really something I've had experience with. Also not sure how many people fit in that thing. That's kind of relevant. Can I check that? 8 passengers, okay. So I don't really need a long queue for that. So, do I want to have the exit be right onto the path? Could be a mistake, but it's fine. I guess the first one. Okay. There. Well, this would be a very small movie theater, because it only seats 8 people. There, and open this ride. Okay. Then I guess for now I can block off the rest, so people don't end up getting lost. Because there is nothing there, except for some benches and bins. Which I guess means that this area should probably get more benches at the very least, because it has 0 of those at the moment. So... Oh, I completely disconnected that thing. Whoops. Let's see. So... There. Now it should at least work. Okay. I mean, technically I could have just done the no entry signs, but it works. Okay, then maybe an ATM around here somewhere. I feel like that's a decent spot for it. And Let's do some sort of food. I guess sandwiches. Since they're already unlocked. There. You can have some amount of food now. But I guess I could have also made that a separate area. Maybe that would make more sense. So, like, extending this path here. And then... I mean, now I know that the fences allow me to separate paths. Like, that one looks fairly industrial, so I'll go with that one. Okay. So... something like that? Or actually... I think... maybe something more like this. Okay. Let's see. That kind of works. And then I can have more benches. Benches, benches, more benches. So many benches. And where do I put the shops? I guess I can put... oh, right. I need to move the other one if I want to do that. So, move it to... over here. Okay. And... drinks. Only the one option, I think, so going with that one. And that can be right here. And then the ATM can move to be right here. Okay. Decent enough. I feel like I should connect those fences to just make them fit in a bit more. There. It's functional. And I guess they can be bench right there as well. And right there. Okay. So, I think the park is already making money, potentially. I feel like it is. Strangely enough. So, for some reason, there's also not that much of a mess yet. I was expecting way worse. So, what are people currently thinking about the park? They don't have any negative opinions about it. Alright. So, make sure the umbrellas are nice and overpriced. As they should be. I guess technically, well, if people go this route, they would still come past the information kiosk. So, that still makes sense. Otherwise, I could have moved it right here. I wonder if that would make any more sense to do it that way. I feel like it might. I mean, I'll still need to put a bathroom stall somewhere. So, maybe moving the information desk actually makes sense. So, closing that, and you go right here. Okay. And still fixing the umbrella price. There. And bathroom. And making sure that it's not free to use. There. Okay. That should hopefully work. And then I still need people to keep this park running, because, oh boy, it's getting crowded. There, just one of each. Do we have a more, well, astronaut? Sure. Go walk around in an astronaut costume. Seemed more fitting. But I feel like the wide entrances also need to be different. Abstract? Sure. That works. There. I don't think I can change the style of most other buildings, so those will just look the same way as always. But it works. Okay. So, have they actually made any amount of money? I don't think they have. The information kiosk has made an amount. So that's good. Not sure. I think it's just been selling park maps at this point. Okay. So, for the people entering the park, do any of them go through something other than the middle gate? I don't think so. So, I guess by that logic, I can go one way for this one. If people want to leave, they can leave through one of the other two gates. But I'm not going to stop them from entering through there if they want. Just don't want the entrance too crowded. Okay. 38 degrees in the shop already. It's gonna be a warm day. Good luck with that. Oh, it's gonna rain. Yes. I'll save again. I hope the umbrellas are worth it. Come on, umbrellas. Go buy your umbrellas. Do it. I'll change the umbrella color to... let's do bright red. Or, no, what's the most sci-fi feeling color? I guess white. Because, I mean, maybe not so much anymore, but there was definitely that era of sci-fi of just white walls, white floor, white everything. And then lens flares, obviously. Okay. Don't think anyone has used the ATM yet, but it's there for when people need it. Okay. Ooh. Rain's already stopping again, I think. Yep. It sure is. But in the meantime, the information kiosk has made a fair amount of profit. So, there is that. Alright. What are people thinking about the park now? they are starting to complain about crowding. As expected. So time to expand. But which way? I mean, I can just get rid of this. And then instead, connect my own path. So, I have it go around a corner right there. I can still add the stairs later. And I don't want to connect here. Somewhere like that. Sure. And then I should be able to easily add more rides over here. Especially the pre-built ones. So... Thank you for the 15 stream watch streak. That is a very strange spider. I feel like the spinning thingy that needs to be in this park. Definitely needs a spinning thingy. And probably make something like that work. Actually, I think I want the exit a tiny bit further away. There. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just haven't seen one that has the words slam dunk instead of a body segment in there, but nothing wrong with that. There. No, that's not quite. Connect that here. And yes, that should work. Open it. Yeah, I guess so. I guess the fun thing about that emote combination is that it's kind of like, I don't know if there's a specific name for that specific, like, it's like a wooden toy with different animals painted on it, and you can arrange the, like, head, middle parts, and legs whichever way you like, and just make weird combinations of different animals. That children's toy. Kind of that, but in emote form. And I just appreciate the idea. It's such a cursed children's toy. Maybe more balloons. Yeah, kind of. Like, I don't know if it's... Like... I don't know how much of an international thing it is. But, yeah, it's definitely a children's toy that I've seen in a number of different places by now. Obviously, the balloons also have to be just white and boring, because sci-fi. There. To the children's toy critiquing authorities. Crashed satellite somewhere. There. Yes. Look at how fancy this place is. It has things and stuff. Stuff and things. Weird trees. That's a very small rocket. I have a feeling actual ones would be not quite this size. Spider balloon animals. I don't think I've ever seen one. But it makes sense that they would be fun. Presumably you'd have to use several balloons though. There. I feel like that's the spot for weird plants. Can't really rotate it. Well, I guess this might work. Just rotate the camera. And... anything else I can put in the last spot? Well, I don't need to completely cram it full of stuff. There. Just one tree. Okay. I mean, the park is surprisingly popular already. And I think financially stable as well, somehow. Because I spent a fair amount of money on ride construction, and we're back at 8,800 again. So, I feel like I've spent more than, like, 1,150-ish on the stuff I've built. Okay. I guess I could do increased funding to research more rides. For now I feel like Ferris wheel is too boring to add in. I feel like it doesn't feel sci-fi enough to just have a fairly standard looking Ferris wheel. Cat-shaped vehicles? Doesn't really seem that sci-fi either. Like with the maze I could do different style of walls. Like with the merry-go-round it also feels out of place. True, I could just add in a Ferris wheel regardless. And I might be able to change the color scheme to at least make it look like it vaguely fits. So, where do I cram that in? Actually, I think it was for decor that I could use the shift key? Oh, it was holding the shift key, right. So, does that work for rides? Yes! It actually does! Okay. It doesn't work for path. Which is a bit of a shame. But it works for rides. So, I am happy about that. Means it should also work for stalls and stuff. So, that's gonna be very convenient in the future. I mean, having the Ferris wheel, like, over top of here... it's a bit too extreme, that's just levitating completely. Can I add some sort of thing to make it look like it's at least vaguely supported? Like, probably like that. So, I'll do that, I guess. So, floating Ferris wheel. There. And then the non-functioning supports for it. There. Now it totally makes sense. And nobody can tell me otherwise. There, I'll do them on both sides so it looks a bit more, well, three-dimensional. Guess I already built that one. Okay. Yes. This is the Ferris wheel. Okay. Then the color scheme of it. I mean, I can probably just go for, like... Oh, well, it'll just be entirely silver. Or, like... dark gray? What's the most sci-fi color for a Ferris wheel? I guess this is already pretty sci-fi. Yeah. I feel like it has to have a tiny bit of contrast at least. What color was chrome again? Is that, like... Like, is there any color in that, or is it on the grayscale? Is it just, like, shiny silver? Because I think it's shiny silver, right? Yeah, so, shiny silver. Yes. I feel like this combination makes more sense, so I'll go with that. And then the entrance is gonna be abstract. There. Obviously. And... I'll put the entrance... here? Exit there? I guess those also technically would need some support. In theory. There. Okay. And then time for a very silly queuing situation. Okay. There. And the exit. Over top of that, of course. Don't think I can have it go that way. How can I make this work? Like, that's gonna be too low over the path, so that's not gonna be allowed. Maybe I do the exit on the other side. Like, where could I be putting the exit? I could put the exit there. Interesting. Okay. Probably make that work. Somehow. There. Sure, let's do supports like that. Just to try and justify why this thing is able to float. Okay. And then... there? Still not quite. I guess just over top here. Well, actually, I don't really want people to constantly go on the same rides, because they're not paying for that. So, the exit needs to be there. That works. Okay. And open it. Okay. I mean, it works. It works. Not sure what this thing is. Like there's some sort of roof over the entrance part. Maybe that's normal. I haven't noticed it in any of the other ones, but... oh well. It kind of fits. Whatever it is. Like, where is it even? I'm not sure what that was. Might have just been a bit of pathway that I just forgot to delete. Okay. So... I guess I could have also done these to make it look like there's supports. Yeah. I could also put that under pathways and stuff. To kind of replace the existing supports. That's intriguing. Anyway. That works. I feel like the color scheme of this thing doesn't quite make much sense. Like, it needs to look a bit more out of place. Yeah, that'll do. How about silver? Sure. Yeah. Silver orb thing. Yep. And it seems the color scheme for the entrance is also a thing. So I guess yeah. That's that one. Does that fit? I think it's fine the way it was. Like, is it a separate? Yeah, it is. It's a separate color option for the other buildings. I feel like the entrances don't need to stick out quite so much. So there. Because otherwise the entrance looks more exciting than the actual attraction, and that would be silly. And now I feel like I can make the attraction itself be silly colors again. There. Yes. Yes, that looks silly. That looks very silly. Perfect. And then maybe do add some sort of color to the Ferris wheel. Nah. Ferris wheel stays as it is. Motion simulator thing. Oh, I can change the colors on that. So, I mean, just plain box without markings. Oh, I guess I could have red stripes to make it go faster. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like it should look kind of boring. So. There. Beautiful. I also forgot to change the entrance style for this. There. Beautiful. I really am building a weird park. Yeah, obviously red makes stuff go faster. But you don't want the Ferris wheel to go too fast. And I feel like this thing needs to know, like, it needs to look like a space shuttle. So, the space shuttles don't have any exciting colors on them. So. These are specifically the exit paths. So, I guess to add to that, I can also add in the no entry sign to all of the exits. To make them nice and different. So, right there, I think. Yeah, that should be the right spot. Good. I think that's all the exits for now. Okay. What next? Do I need more people to clean up this place already? Potentially. So, some of them are still complaining about crowding. Something more thrilling. Queuing for ages. Or this thing, I think. I do have the queue line TVs. So. It doesn't change any of the color. Oh, does it? No, it doesn't. It kind of works. There. Now people can watch the screens while queuing. Same goes for this queue. And for that queue. Every queue just needs to be full of screens. Even the very, very short queue here. It's important. Alright. I don't think I can really change the building itself here. Nope. Nope, I can't. Well, that's okay. Yeah, colors there seem fine. I'm just trying to make this park a bit more intentional. It's the last park in the lowest difficulty level, so. Just feels like it's kind of a milestone to hopefully finish this park. And now that I've figured out how to build things, vaguely figured out how to build things, might as well try and make some better parks. Okay. So, like most of the stalls and stuff I can't really change anything about, other than the prices of products. I mean, would we want a circus? Or merry-go-round? I mean, we definitely need some music somewhere. So, Ferris wheel. You can start playing... what's the more sci-fi type? I don't hear anything. Yeah. It's more like atmospheric music. That works. Okay. But now that I know I can also change the height of these buildings, that opens up so many opportunities for actually making raised paths work properly. So that is very exciting. So, I'm tempted to connect one of the raised paths up. So that one just goes up here. Shouldn't connect the entire thing, because that's gonna be too much. So, how about there? They're allowed to go this far on that side. And say for now, they are not allowed over here. Okay. There. I mean, wait, why don't you empty the water cup for your paintbrushes? Isn't that kind of important to change out the water every now and then? Okay, so can't actually connect it there anymore. But should be able to do something like this. And then not really be able to see what I'm doing. I mean, I can almost see what I'm doing, just not quite. There. 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 Don't really want to connect it like that. So... fence. Right here. Stop that from happening. And then connect. Connect. There. And then I remove the fence. Yeah. Oh, wait. change the path style? One up here? Oh, that up. There. Weird. And I guess I'll add in more of those fake supports. It actually changed. Yeah, I think I changed the color of those. Probably. Wherever they are. There they are. Do I want them in the other color? No. So, yeah. That path should look vaguely supported. Actually, the one in the corner here doesn't make much sense. I tried. Oops. I deleted the path. I deleted more path. That's fine, I'll fix it. There. And... there. I think now it vaguely works. It's fine. Like, yeah, that one's floating as well. It's okay. Everything's fine. Yes, it's fine. So, what do I build next? I guess probably some sort of custom ride. Could do a monorail. Out of all the places to add a monorail, this feels like the place. So, especially now that I can build at any height that I want. So, I rotate it. And I feel like this is a decent height. Is it enough? So, it needs to be this height over here. That's 6 meters. Okay. And it should be able to go up and down, so... I guess I could just start with a 3 meter height to make it easier to build path. No. Not gonna be able to raise it high enough for that. But that's okay, I can just turn. Yeah. That works. Okay. And then here, a bit shorter so that it matches. Okay, and then I feel like something like that is the way to go. Okay. And then a bit of spacing so I can add entrance and exit. And then station platform. How long is this one? And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces, I think. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we'll need to turn in a way that does not destroy the local stuff. Okay. That works. Good. Actually, like, maybe turn more like that. Okay. And then pretty sure I need to connect it on both sides because it is a monorail. They kind of famously just like they don't turn around as far as I'm aware. So will it fit under here? Yes. Good. Very good. Then something like that. Then I guess I could have another monorail station somewhere over here, or do I just keep going? I think I just keep going. So how do I want to connect it exactly? I think under here would be nice. So is that gonna destroy stuff? Probably. So just past it. And then round. Round. There, that should work. Okay. And then under here. Very nice. And connect back here. Yes. It worked. I built a thing and it works. Okay, and I'll make sure the entrances are the correct style. So, abstract. And I feel like the line itself needs to be... Actually, that color scheme works. Yeah, I kind of liked that one. We'll go with that one. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that works. So. Alright, too dark. Just go with the silver. And the sides... I mean, kind of makes sense. Yeah, I'll go with this one. Alright, then entrance, exit, and over here. And how am I going to fit this? I guess entrance and exit. And then I'll just need to connect a path somehow. Okay. And then guess I can close this and that. And then add the queuing area. So, see-through rides. For now. See-through scenery mainly, and height marks on paths. Okay. So, that connects. And then the exit can go right here. Pretty easy. But over here it's gonna be a bit more complex. So. Let's do invisible people as well. Supports and rights. Well, that does make it a bit difficult. So start of that is supposed to be here. And how do I make it connect? I mean, probably just go over top of that path. And then down, down, left. Oh, oops. It didn't connect on the side that I expected it to. But it actually makes more sense to connect it there. And then the exit. Don't think there's an easy way to connect it over there. No, actually, I think there might be. 'Cause I think it might just fit over top. No, it doesn't. For some reason, the Ferris wheel and stuff is not part of see-through rides. That doesn't help. The Ferris wheel is one of the things in the way. So, right, because I'm over top of the other path, I can't already lower the path there. And there's stuff here in the way, so can't do that. Maybe connect the entrance in a slightly different way. Like if I add a fence here and then connect the entrance. Yep. And get rid of the fence again. There. That makes more sense to have the exit connect in a pretty similar area, which might actually be easier. So, I mean, that kind of works for some reason. Doesn't feel like it should. It does seem to be clipping through that building a bit. Yeah. Definitely appears that way. It's fine. Don't need to do that. So... exit can go... and... put it. Still the same exact issue. Actually, now that I think it... maybe I put the exit right here. Oh, no, that's not gonna work. I put the exit right here. I think that's still not gonna work. I don't think putting the exit on the other side would work either. Maybe if I put the exit right here. Maybe that will magically work. Okay. Well, at least that worked. Good. Amount of litter in the park. Oops. I guess I don't have enough people cleaning it up. Difficult to design this. Maybe I should start from the other end, so start from where I want it to connect. And then... can't do that. So... no, can't do that. Everything's so different. Maybe I have it connect here, so that I have more space to build those stairs. Yeah, yeah. And then round. There. That works. Good. The monorail is open. And the exit is closed. There. I mean, it's functional. That's the most important bit. Okay. So, the monorail now transport people from here to, like, here. Well, to, like, right there. Just felt like a useful thing to have in this park. Obviously need to add more TVs to that queue. And want people to accidentally have some time to think about any of their decisions. even imagine the horror of that. Could change the number of trains, I guess, but I think this works. Yeah, it takes a while for people to get on and off of the train. And making it go any faster than this seems risky, but it's also not an option. Right, so shuttle mode I think would be back and forth, which would be an option. But I feel like this part is probably the best part. Can't not have that. If anything, I'd have to get rid of this part. And then have it in shuttle mode. But I'm pretty sure it has higher capacity having it in this mode. So probably shouldn't mess with that. Right, and I wanted more handymen to clean up the place. It is getting a bit out of hand. Okay, got 300 guests, and it is now year 2. It's only the start of year 2. Okay. So, feel like I should add some stuff for people to do up here. Obviously, including buying their very important park maps and umbrellas. There. They can now do that. And... well, actually, I think I'll do the souvenir place instead. There, that one. There, that should work. Oh, right. The price should be the same, yep. But... there. Now they'll fit in with the other umbrellas. Obviously the most important part. Okay. Then... anything else people need up here? They are hungry. So, what's the most sci-fi looking food? I do feel like the chicken nuggets design... the stall just looks a bit odd. It just didn't get the right texture. And I'm not sure why. There. And... maybe a drinks option, but I think... no. No new ones available yet. So... I'll just go with the old one. And... let's get rid of the minimum waiting time, I guess. Or maybe make it really short. Like 1 second. So hopefully they shouldn't crash into each other. And then maybe a maximum waiting time of 30 seconds? Sure. And leave if another train arrives. There. I tried. Yeah, it's not really working. There, 5 seconds. does take them quite a while to... well, to leave the train and board the train. But not too many of them are just looping back around, so that's good. Maybe more bathrooms around here somewhere. I guess right there. That should work. And yeah, I'll just add the same drink stall again. There. Just trying to keep people vaguely happy. There's already plenty of benches. I'll add in some more bins. Hopefully that'll reduce the amount of litter. I do think I added a no entry sign right at the end of that tunnel, so that's kind of working. Wait, how did they do that? Like fully enclosing the path like that. Do you have access to those? Yeah, right. So it's this stuff. So I guess that means if I want, I can make the queues look like that. At least the simple flat queues. Here. See-through rights. And see-through spots. Working. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure I already knew that. It's just a matter of, like, it doesn't affect me. To build it underground. There. Yes. Okay. Now they've got a queuing area with a roof. Exciting. I do think it looks kind of fun. I mean, it's gonna be difficult to build for a lot of the queuing and exit areas. But technically I could build it. Like, maybe here I could basically just make it taller. Side, I think. Yeah, that looks better. Another layer on top of that. Okay. No see-through scenery, because then I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Here? No. There, that's the entrance. Yeah, building the other side of that is kind of impossible. At least it's impossible for me to see what I'm doing. Which feels like a relevant thing. Is that gonna be the right height? Probably not. There. Still don't think it's gonna be the correct height. There? Maybe that? Maybe that was what I was going for. No. And there? Yep. There. And then there. Okay, I hope that'll line up. There. There. Then probably nope, not allowed. That's fine. There. There. Good enough. Just has a bit much airflow on that side. Very well ventilated. Maybe I could find some sort of structure that I could fit in between there. Right. It's not quite enough, but that's something. No, I'm just won't work. Yeah. Can't go any lower than that. Maybe that one. I paint it gray? Yeah, that works. I mean, at least it's something to block off that space. I clicked the wrong thing. It's gonna be fine. Maybe this panel? Yeah. Fits a tiny bit better. And then I need to repair the mess I made over here. Is that anywhere close to where it should be? Probably not, but I currently can't see where I made mistakes, so I'll just consider it done. Okay. Well, I guess I could have also done this area a different way. Because now the fence just doesn't look right anymore. They don't really have an option that looks like glass. I guess I could do this. So, removing the existing fences. delicately as I possibly can. Oops, those are the benches. Sorry about that. Oops, I deleted the path. It happens. It happens. Sometimes parks accidentally delete the path and the bench while you're in that section of the park. It's fine. You get used to it. Oh, they do have glass walls. Maybe I'll do something with those. I just like the idea of being able to see what's going on in this area. I delete the benches again. There. Lost it. Yes. So I put the benches back. Right here. And... okay, so there's the glass roof. Glass wall. Okay. Sure. Just make it a giant box. Whoops, that path is not working as it should. There. And the bench. Here. I guess I should maybe do like half walls or something in between. I'm really over-engineering this. It works. So, glass wall. There. And then the glass roof. I guess it'll really just be a big box. Build a box. I'm way too proud of the box I built. And it works! So... yeah. Well, it's not really shade, but at least they can get out of the rain. Temporarily. Could have also added the building to be part of the box, but it's quite close to the monorail, so... but yes, I built a box. It's a good box. Can I put something on top of the box? I could. What do I put on top of the box? Maybe this thing. Yes. There. My beautiful space box. Okay. Let's see. What am I going to do next? I mean, there's a fair number of guests at the park, but I probably should build some other giant thing to get even more people into this park. And this thing, yeah, the free fall, that feels like a fitting addition to this place. Could I possibly make it work over here? I think there's probably enough space to add a path there, so I'll risk it. And I'll put it like here. Okay. Then like, what's a good color for like the concept of energy? Like maybe blue or yellow? I guess yellow. Sure. And then more silver. And even more silver. And yeah, the seats can just be red, sure. And entrance, of course. There. So, the entrance there, exit there. And I feel like I should extend this path at least a tiny bit. So I can have a fairly short exit. And then for the entrance, I mean, it doesn't actually need to be too long. There. There. Right. And it looks fairly tall already. So, test it. And down. So the other one doesn't make much sense for this. Now test it. Right. And in the meantime, I can add more stuff. I guess there's probably the first aid room somewhere. I don't know if that place should be right there. Maybe here would be a good spot for it. Okay. And the rating is high nausea rating. Okay, fine. I guess I do need a first aid stall here. I'll just put it right here. And open the door. There. And no entry. Right there. So they hopefully won't make the exit too crowded. But yes, it works. Mostly. Not enough people in this park yet, but getting there. Extend this path. And then potentially... Yep, that fits. Get more foot traffic. Probably in both areas. What do I build next? Is it time for a big coaster? I mean, is the park financially stable enough for a big coaster? That's the main worry. I think the entrance fee might be a bit cheap. But I also need a lot more people in this harbor. So... drinks are good value, so I'll ramp up the price of those. Toy is good value, but it's gonna be more expensive in a second. There. Balloon is good value. Well, that'll be slightly more expensive. That one also counts as good value. How about now? Are they gonna change their mind about them? None of them buying the sandwich anymore. Or is it now the perfect price? Well, they're buying something somewhere. Yeah, okay. People are still buying it. So that works at least. And they're still thinking the drinks are good value. How about now? Yeah, true, I can do that. Let's see. Let's do silver balloons. Not too different. Slightly different. Are people still buying the drinks? Hope so. I mean, they're not complaining that they're too expensive. I understood that reference. Anyone gonna buy drinks? Nobody? At all? Okay. Guess not. People buying it. This one? Oh, still thinking it's good value. Okay. That works. They still genuinely think it's good value. Okay. Well, now it's even more expensive. Like, it's slightly more expensive. Those are probably considered good value. Just not that many people buying them over there. Okay, so hopefully I've now made the park be somewhat financially stable. And can slightly increase the entrance fee. I mean, 50% increase, but overall 15 euros to enter a park like this doesn't seem like a lot. Still seems quite reasonable. Okay. So, at least now the park is somewhat financially stable. Time to build the big roller coaster. Just seems like a bad idea to have the park still not be financially stable before I start building it. So, didn't want to risk that. A spiral one, I think. Yeah, I like the spiral one. So... And no, because I currently don't have pockets. Does that answer your question? A lot of women's clothing does not have pockets. But it's comfortable. So, height would I want to add? I mean, I could have it up here. That would be the weirdest thing to do. Yeah, I'll put it up here. Okay. Seems a pretty fancy way to start the coaster. So, here. That's the number it goes. Good. So we go up the spiral. Then I mean, could go even sillier and have them kind of go down a spiral right after. Oh. Seems like a bit much. Yeah, too much. do one of those, potentially. I mean, that's definitely silly. I mean, it might work. And then... so drop. And... turn. And... flat. That might be too much, I think. Yeah, I think that's probably too much. I want to try and keep the people conscious while they're on this ride. Big turn. So that's obviously what this coaster is going to be known for. Just how twisty-turny it is. Okay. And then... I think there's room for that. Yes. Just enough. Good. Okay. Then... down, I guess? Yes, that works. Good. Wow. Then... that height... no loopings available for this one, I think. Photo section, obviously. Need to have that. Like, for me, I'm the kind of person to try and not have zero cash. But that doesn't mean that I'm well organized. But there have been a number of occasions where, like, it was actually quite convenient to be carrying cash. Even if it's just for, like, being able to use a shopping cart because of it requiring a coin. So, yep. Guess... what height is it? It is at 6. Okay. So that is already the correct height. So I guess I could have it go around the building just like the monorail. So... that. Don't have room. Here. Maybe back here already. Is that gonna work any better? Probably not. No. I don't see a reason why it would work better. feels like it should be a backed turn, but it just makes it so difficult to bank it the other way, because then it's, yeah, blocked by that path. So, can I come up with a way around that problem? First turning the other way? No, I don't think so. And yeah, that's not gonna work. I mean, I could just risk it and hope that they're slow enough. Or I guess potentially even adding brakes to make sure they're slow enough. Oops. There. Oh. Forgot about that. That's inconvenient. Pesky stairs. Getting in the way of my plans. Is that gonna work? No, it won't. Silly stairs. So maybe I do something else. So how about having it go up a bit? And then do the turns. Okay. Seems a bit too high. That turn. Not yet. Now down to... Oh. Okay, that doesn't fit. Oops. How about now? There. I mean, it technically connects. I doubt it'll work great, but it connects. Yeah, that is the important bit. So... put the entrance here, exit there. And I'll save. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that this won't go exactly according to plan. Wait, what? Yep, stuff isn't supposed to be. Kind of looks like a boat. need to change the entrance style, of course. There. Much better. And I feel like this one needs to be a fancier color. Is that gonna clash with everything else? Probably. I mean, I've just seen too much orange lately. So, maybe green. Yeah, this one's gotta be green. Oops. Color for the supports. I guess that could just be metal. There. And then vehicles. License won't be looking. Yes. Lighter green for the right vehicles. There. I guess it doesn't have a lot of contrast. I guess I could make it like vaguely like poison dart frog themed, because that shade of green just reminds me of them. So there, something like that. Good enough. Right, the entrance. Kind of not the color I wanted. There. It'll do. It'll do. Okay. So what was the rating of it? Because I didn't actually check. High excitement, medium intensity, low nausea. Great. Surprisingly good. So let's do like mark some paths, I guess. And yeah, so I think it will be a matter of how do I even have a queue for this place. Well, actually, now that I think of it, close it again, close it again, and then move the entrance over here, the exit. It seems like this ride does have a rather significant capacity, so. Thanks, all the way back there. Okay. Hopefully that's gonna work. And guess they can test again? I mean, it should be the same exact results. And then I temporarily get rid of this. I cannot see what I'm doing. There. That's where I am. Okay. So here we've got the exit. And then path. And then oh right. That's not gonna work. There's the queue. Okay. And then round. And round. There, I think that'll work. And bridge back up. I think it works now. Yeah, looks good. So now I just need to allow people into this area. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. See. It's fine. Everything's fine. There, I think now they're allowed in. Technically. And open this ride. Pause for a second, because there's too much going on. Okay. So I think I'll have to put the no entry sign over here. I think so. Okay. There. No entry. And I think that'll work. Don't know if they're now allowed in this tunnel. They might be. Difficult to see. I think the barrier's still there. Alright. Bunch of people queuing for the new thing. I'll just interpret that as a success. Hopefully it'll not end up being bad for the park overall. Because we do not have enough people in here. We'll see. But I do think the new... Wait. Doesn't have a path leading from the exit. Does it? Oh, whoops. I forgot. Exit. Right there. Oh. Oh no. Nope, don't go here. Oh well. You there. Get back here. And you there. Get back here. Back here. Okay. That's fine. I mean, it kind of works. It works well enough. Bunch of TVs so people aren't bored while queuing. Here. Perfect. And yeah, I'll make the on-right photo more expensive. Hopefully people still agree to buy it. Not paying that much? Fine, I made it too expensive. $350? right? People do like the new coaster. But the expenses are a bit of a problem. There's so many people who want to go on the new coaster. That's 2 trains. Not paying that much. Just €3. Yeah, the 35 is still too warm. I think more people are now buying the on-ride photo again. Now it works at least. Okay. Is the number of guests increasing? Not that much. Okay. I mean, the park is doing okay, I think. At least now that I've got the on-ride photos, I think it might work. People still complaining about crowding. Where? Over in this area. Okay. I guess I could give them another way to get up to this coaster. Any chance at all of connecting these paths? I do think it's unlikely, but we'll try. Actually, I do think it might work. How much space is there between that and the Ferris wheel? That is very difficult to tell. Oh, enough space for that at least. And paths. Okay, not quite high enough. Connects. I think. Why is nobody going on that path? Oh, they are now. Okay. Okay. So hopefully that'll help with some of the crowding issues. And I'll add some benches in places. And bins. Definitely more benches and bins. The number of guests has increased slightly. I do think we'll need some advertising. So, RollerCoaster. And I can afford 4 weeks of advertising, so let's go with that. Come on, no park guests. Okay. I think I should maybe disconnect some of those paths entirely. Because they are causing problems, at least with the staff. Yeah, it is very compact. Which could still be a bad thing. I guess it might be a good idea to disconnect it here. There. And then here? I think that might work. Okay. And then how do I edit the signs? I'll place one on here. 2, I guess. Oops. Okay, so yeah. I don't know how to technically. Oh. There. So I'll just get rid of that one. And there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right. And then I think that staircase was the one that I still need to connect. Yeah, that should work now, I think. So now people can enjoy all of that area all the way till back here. Enjoy the emptiness. But yeah, the section in the back is just... I don't think the pathfinding is gonna work. Okay. And then I can add more stalls and stuff. Now that I know how to build them up pretty tight. Oops, wrong umbrella color. I guess these can be different. Like, these can be great. Yeah, because it's near the coaster. The what? what game is that? I'm bad at abbreviations, so... Selling more things. Wheel of Time, right. There. I haven't actually checked how the poll is going. Like, I have access to the results, but I genuinely have not checked them in a while. Maybe I could get away with putting some buildings in here. No, that's too big. I guess I could make the roof not be as low as it currently is. I could just redesign the entire building, really. Or build a new one. I guess I'll build a new one. So, for my new glass box, what do I want? I mean, I would like a seating area. How do I want to design it exactly? Yeah, I guess it would be kind of funny. But also not impossible. Like, if somebody made a poll like that and then forgot the, yeah, if they forgot how to access their account, then they would be locked out. So, let's do hot dogs. And hats? And what color hats? I'll just go with white. Okay. And I'll just do coffee again. There. Okay. And then path just go around the shop. Just to keep it nice and simple. There. And bins. And I guess I can add in another staircase. Oh, not quite. Then connect that path. Okay. I guess having this path fully connected makes it not work as well. So, do that. So I think that should work. There. And fence. There it is. And then path right here. And benches. Actually, I feel like the bins should go right here. Okay. So, this building should really work, because now anyone who wants to pass through the building has to go past the shops. There is no other option. Could put a bathroom stall somewhere as well. I guess that can go here. And maybe an ATM. In case people need it. I guess an information kiosk crammed in there as well. There. ATM. There. Nope. I ran out of money. Almost have the money. Come on, let me place my ATM. Yes. Okay. Now I just need to have the money to actually build the building. Okay. Fine. I was able to increase my loan. That works. So. That side. Okay, so that's too close. Oh. Yeah, I guess they don't actually need to have a roof over those buildings. Might be tall enough to make it work. Ooh. That's kind of fancy. Okay. Now, hopefully... would that be an acceptable height? Not really. That is ridiculously tall. Maybe if I put a wall there? And can I fit a wall on the other side? I don't even see what I'm doing. See for scenery, I guess. And then... oh. Okay. Fine, there's already a glass wall there. I guess. up? I'm so focused on the game, I didn't even notice. Kind of got startled by killers. There, that goes on top of that one. Actually, I don't think that went in the right location. Did it? Okay, it did. Weird. Okay. So, instead of what I had initially planned, I'm just adjusting by leaving out the middle part. There. Mainly because of the hot dog stall, because that thing's too tall. Yeah. That's just silly. I don't think there's any real way to make that work. Did it actually remove the balls I placed? Yeah, I think it removed them. Weird. But I liked them there. No. It definitely removed some of the wrong stuff there. Fine. Just part of building stuff. And sometimes you need to destroy it again right after you've just built it. There, there, there. Kinda works. And then I think this height is quite nice. Some very tall hoops. Still missing the last panel here. Yes. I don't think that fully aligns technically. Maybe you can place it properly from that side. There. Okay. Roofs. Now kind of works. Technically I can build stuff underground now as well. Could stack. Make something silly like this. quite what I envisioned, but it should at least work. It's a very reinforced roof. There. It kind of works. Like, the ATM really does not make sense. I feel like the founding books for that is... Don't mind me, I dropped the ruler. I'm not even sure why I had it on my desk. Not sure if the microphone picked up the sound or not, but decent chance that it did. Can I put a waterfall on the outside of the building? I could. It'll look a bit silly, but I can do that. I feel like I should put it somewhere though. Where do I put the weird waterfall? Man, you could just cover this building with waterfalls. I have people walking through the waterfall, so that's not an option. I have a water jet just spraying water out of the building. There. Fountain in the middle of the staircase. Could probably build stuff out of ice cubes, but I shouldn't. Okay. Probably need to do more advertising for the park, because we still do not have enough people. Let's do free... hot dogs. Free hot dogs. I mean, having an indoor waterfall, like, one that's basically a fountain. It might sound fancy, but to me, I just think of how bad the humidity would get with that. So, to me, that would kind of ruin it. There, I'll just disconnect that. And security guard, be on the correct side of the path, please. There. Can always connect it up later if I want. Actually, shorten that. Okay. I think now the path makes more sense. Seems like they do need a first aid stall somewhere around here. There. Is There's now a first aid stall available. Hopefully it helps keep the pack a bit clean. And I'll add in benches. And now I wonder why Brussels sprouts are called Brussels sprouts. Lots of things have rather peculiar names. I assume they don't have anything to do with the city of Brussels, but maybe they do. Regarding indoor waterfalls, yeah, I feel like humidity, at least in a climate like mine, would be the main problem. Like, spraying water, like a waterfall, it is pretty good at raising the humidity. There's lots of small droplets, so fair amount of evaporation. Oh wow, people are really destroying the place. And I'll get more people to keep this place going. Thank you for the 50-month sub. How are you doing today? Another entertainer who is dressed as an astronaut. There. Doing alright. Like, the heat wave is over for now, so I'm happy about that. Never change the color of those umbrellas. There. Fixed it now. Still not nearly enough people. So that could definitely turn into a problem. I was so focused on trying to make the park look all nice that, yeah, the park itself is not doing as well as it should. Come on, park needs more money. Give me money so I can invest in advertising and cram more people into this place. Yes, I do hope that campaign will be worth it. Oh wow, this path is way too crowded. Maybe give them some alternative. Hopefully stop them from being stuck in that loop. Like, if they want to leave, they can. But them all getting stuck at the exit just doesn't really work. that improved things slightly. People are still just leaving through the center. That's good. Means that I can route this path somewhere. That connects. Hopefully people won't be littering quite as much. Oops, I destroyed the path I just built. And bins. And more bins. Okay. So, the number of guests is going up. Any last minute additions? Yeah, that thing. Definitely need one of those. Entrance. Exit. There. This ride now exists. Flying saucers? I mean, yeah, I need that too. Did I put that right on top of this building? I don't think so. But technically I could do stuff like having rides on top of buildings and then have other stuff underneath. Well, actually, why not stack them? Oh. Yeah. No, don't have the money. But I feel like I need to stack. Not for any practical reason, just because I can. Okay. There. Ride vehicles can stay the way they are, I guess. Sure. Here. Yeah, I don't know why I want to stack these buildings on top of each other. It doesn't make much sense, but it's here. Entrance. There. There. Yes. And then I feel like the saucers themselves should be like fully purple. Alright. Purple and yellow. Yes. And yes, that is a ride on top of a ride. And not for any good reason, just because I can. Ran out of cash. figure out a way to connect it. Actually, we'll probably connect it up here. If I have the money. Yeah. How do I connect this thing? Might have actually worked better to have entrance and exit on a different side. Oh well. Just have it go over top. There. That is a ridiculously long queue. But people will just have to get used to that. That connects. And open it. There. Yeah, I could have done that, but fine. It's connected now. Yeah, I was thinking of connecting it up there. But I decided against it for some reason. And it works, technically. And I just like the idea of having it look very silly. How about more umbrellas? Buying more umbrellas. Yes, there. Yeah, we still don't have enough people, but getting close to it. Surprisingly close. More advertising for the big fancy coaster. I guess 6 weeks makes sense. Right, it doesn't make financial sense. So let's do 4 weeks. Okay. Come on, I know it's raining, but I need more people in this park. Another 150 people, I think. Best value park? It's pretty good. I'm gonna even reduce the entrance fee, technically, but I also need the money, so there's that. Company value is actually decent, considering the massive loan I still haven't paid back. Basically, I haven't paid back any of it. But then again, I mean, it works. Park is functional. And hopefully it'll have enough people in it by the end of the year. which is quite soon. No more funding for research. And I'll just go for re-entry. Come on. Can I bribe you to enter the park? You can enter the park for free. Yep. That's having an effect, I think. Yep, that's working. So I think I'll get to the required number. I don't know. I don't know if there are cheat codes for the game. Come on. Hopefully free entry is going to entice enough people. I need more people. Yep, that's more like it. Coming into the park. You get more people to clean the park. It is a mess. Okay, we've got 1,000 guests. In a surprisingly short amount of time. Like, the increase from like 950 to 1,000 was... yeah. In a fairly short time frame, so... I think they'll probably manage. If we can keep this going. Come on. Okay. So... 88 more people. 86. 55. 53. Oh, that's a lot of people all at once. One person left. 75 people. Just making the park free to enter. Yes, it makes sense that that would be a good way to just cram people into the park. And not all of them even have the vouchers, so... some of them are just genuinely going to the park. They don't even know they could be getting free entry to the park. I mean, it works. Okay. And I think the exact number was 1,100. Yes. So, I think... oh, wait, no, I was looking at the wrong amount. So, that was the money being at 1,100, not the number of guests. But 55 guests? 50 guests still needed? I think that's sort of in reach, yeah. How long did I have that advertising campaign set for? 5 weeks. I didn't need to do that much. Okay. $40 guests. 37 guests. 34. 31. Just 30 guests. Come to my park. Just make sure you don't leave within the next 3 weeks, approximately. As long as you don't do that, everything's fine. Okay. 25? Yep, 25 guests. And soon only 20 guests needed, but not yet. There. 19 guests. Guests. 14 guests. 13 guests. I mean, why are they called guests instead of customers? Because, I mean, they are customers. I guess there's a path connecting them here. I didn't really think about that. Oh well. Yes, that's enough guests. Market is losing money, but it's okay. There's so many people in here. So they're bound to spend some money along the way. Well, they are still able to leave at this point. Mostly because I am optimistic about them not wanting to leave at high enough numbers to make it not function, to make the number of guests roll. So, I think it'll work. All I needed to do was bribe people, basically. Didn't need to lock them in this time. Come on, buy my umbrellas. Do it. I need that umbrella money. Repay some of the loan. I'll buy more umbrellas. Information kiosk right here. So people, right as they enter, they could be buying an umbrella. And that umbrella would be pink. There. Did it. finished the last scenario on the easy difficulty maps. Look, there's balloons. It's white balloons, grey balloons. So I guess the white ones are from people who've been in the park for, I think, over a year. Pretty sure it's been a while since I changed the color of balloons. I mean, even the grey balloons could be from people who've been in the park for ages, but who just maybe didn't buy a balloon immediately. Guys keep balloons dodging my mouse cursor. The most important part of the game, obviously. Come on. Yes, got it. Got that one. Where are they? Balloons disappeared. There they are. Balloons. Nope. 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 Come on. Gotta get that one. Come on. No. Dodging. Yes, got it. Look, how much higher do they go? There. I think now they're starting to reach the maximum height. Or are they? Well, the balloons keep dodging my mouse. That's so silly. No. No. There they go. Goodbye, balloons. Okay. Oh boy, the park's crowded. So very crowded. I can already pay my loan. So crowded. Let's see. How's the monorail doing? Favorite ride of 79 guests. Built 2 years ago. And the big coaster. Favorite ride of 923 guests. Well, people like that one. How about the Ferris wheel? Favorite ride of 5 guests. Cinema. 12 guests. Spinny thing. 8 guests. This drop tower thingy. 32 guests. Did I check the Ferris wheel yet? 5 guests. I think I did. What about these ones? 7 guests like the one at the top, and 7 guests like the one at the bottom. Well, I guess people are agreed on how entertaining that ride is. There. Gotta make those queues more interesting. Especially because there's such a long queue for that one. Or 2 TVs. Probably missed some somewhere. I did try and keep people entertained while queuing. don't need to check up here because there's nothing there. It's just the exit. Oh, now that I know how to place stuff, should also be quite a bit easier to... Yeah, I can label the Ferris wheel. I mean, obviously I need to give it a better name, but Ferris Wheel 1. Spinny thingy. Way better. I feel like the sign doesn't have enough contrast though. There. Maybe that's a bit better. Easier to read. I guess that works. There. I've labeled the spinny thingy. Another label on the back of it. There. Gotta make sure people know that that's the spinny thingy. Yep. Very good. Look at more of the core options. And I guess I can also start funding research again. Be able to put the space rocket somewhere. There, that feels like it makes sense. Because the metal structure around the cinema looks kind of similar to whatever this part is called. The thing that's stopping the rocket from just falling over. So this feels vaguely fitting. What else can I paint? So now I also know how to change the color of existing scenery. Can't seem to paint the benches and bins. What a shame. Can't paint the water features. Oh, wait. I think those flowers are painted? Yeah, I can paint those. Interesting. Didn't realize that was an option. Yep, there are ones that do change color. Very interesting. Any of them using that? I don't think so. Just the first two. But still, now I know how they made the flag in one of the previous maps. Because custom flower colors. Apparently those exist. Neat. Oh wow. Yeah, you can paint the fence gate, sure. Yep. Oh wow. That's even worse. Yeah. I feel like some things should not be painted in certain ways, because they are a bit too much. Like the grey works, but the magenta? Not quite. Go-karts are now available. That's new. I can put a glass box somewhere. I mean, I could even do stuff like, building like a tunnel for the monorail to go through. For some reason I want to add something like that down here. Just to see if it works. So, I'll go back to... I think that was the way the glass was tinted before. Okay. Then how do I remove the existing supports? So those are kind of in the way. I think. Oh, that's what those are. Ah. Okay. So, how do I reasonably do this? I guess, I'll put something like that. Hello. Okay, I think I figured it out. This fits. It's gonna be a very artsy monorail tunnel. That works. And then building the other side from over here is kind of difficult. I think that might have been the wrong spot. Okay. Yeah, maybe from here it's gonna be easier. Oh, that's the wrong spot again. Somewhat. But yes, I can build stuff like that. And just... yeah. Enclose random things and giant buildings. For no good reason. Well, I mean, I'd say it's not that noisy. Could be way worse. I feel like the average public swimming pool is louder than this. The spinny thingy is broken down. Let's look for other stuff I could add. What even is that stage? Or this one? Could put those glass cubes in places to remove existing supports. I guess that also kind of works. So if I want to remove the supports from under there. Just don't have room to do that with the monorail. Interesting stuff. It ended up being quite the learning curve, or just figuring out how to build buildings in this game. The rides are pretty easy to figure out, but yeah, the architecture side of things, nope. That really is just pressing and holding the shift key. I think that's one of the reasons why I couldn't figure it out, because you have to hold the key. Which, yeah, to me that just did not make sense. It does work. It still doesn't work for paths. I do still wonder why. Oh well. But the fact that I can just start the ride tracks at whichever height I want now, that is very useful. Has made a lot of money already. Now all the advertising campaigns should be done, I think. They are. I'll try and add all of this to the park. I'm gonna have to add a bunch of rides to actually justify that. Should I? Maybe. What exactly would I add back here? I guess I could do go-karts. Oh, I could do the go-karts inside this building. Let's see. So I'd want to get rid of the path. Because that's just going to be in the way. And then... go-karts. Okay. Where's the entrance going to be? And the exit? I guess just both on one side of the building. So, I guess both on this side. Which means I need to open up the wall a bit more. I'll make it symmetrical, why not? And then... which wall style did they use here? Pretty sure I've seen it. It's like a wall with a bunch of windows. Oh, there it is. That one. Obviously, I've got it in the wrong color right now. But I should be able to fix that. I think that might be the shade of brown. Looks about right. And then... yep. There. I think that fits. Alright. Then... I guess I might want to have the station platform all the way at the edge here. Whoops. Oh well. Guess that works. Ah. It's just destroying the building. It's fine, I'll build a new one. So, entrance goes here, exit goes there, and they should be the abstract style there. And as for the road itself, there. I was just trying to make it look a bit different. And the cars... sure, they can all be different colors. Don't see a reason not to do that. Alright. But yeah, I'll definitely have to fix the building. But that's okay. Because now I know how that works. Then... I'll have them go past the front. And onwards. And round. And up to this level, I think. I ran out of money. There. It'll be fine. Yes, I do need to fix basically the entire building, but it's okay. There. I'll just have them basically going up, circle up here, and then back down. There. And down, down, down. Right. And okay. So, I do think that should work. Now I just need to add the walls back. Because, it doesn't look quite right. So. Well, basically just put the walls on backwards. It looks pretty much the same. There. See-through rights. I think that is all the damage I had to fix. There, that one was missing still. Right. Ah, okay. That's how that works. So that's why that gap closed itself. Okay. I do feel like I need to put some sort of barrier up at the top. Which style? Maybe that one makes the most sense. Yeah, it'll do. There. It'll work eventually. Yeah, found spot. Okay. Oh, I think it's actually a different color than the original. So I can kind of tell the difference between the ball that was already there and the one I placed. There. Okay. Oops. I built a wall somewhere that I didn't mean to build a wall. And I can't even see it. Well, it's somewhere. Yeah, so there I actually wasn't able to build it, but I can paint over the existing stuff. Yeah. That way it should fit. Well, I guess I can paint this as well. Make it all fit together properly. And it'll be the best go-kart track ever. And rest of the fence. There. Yeah, I think that part doesn't quite work. There. Yeah. I think it's specifically in that spot and that spot. Can I make them fit? I think now they fit better. Alright. Built a go-kart track. And it doesn't even look too bad. I mean, technically I could make the colors fit the building a bit better. Yeah, I think the first one's just gonna stay plain. But now the structure itself at least looks right. Okay. Then what do I put on top of that building? Needs to be something vaguely interesting. I mean, I guess I can add more of these types of things. Fiery go-karts. Yes. And... could add some gears. Is that too low? Maybe. I think that height is a bit better. There. Then I think that one has to go that way, then that way. Nope, nope, that doesn't look right. That way. And that way. Let's see, does that work? I think it does. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, I can't really build any structure to make that make sense. So. I do feel like there has to be something else. Maybe a chimney? Yeah, sure. Big chimney. Nope. 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 There. And then... I don't think there's a way to make that thing emit smoke. Like... Could add more fire. So that works. Where? Do I put chimneys around the other flames? No, I think I'd have to move the flames first. There. There. Almost had it. No, no, no. Such pixel hunting. There it is. And there. And then the flames. There. There. Yes. This is a very normal factory. Doing very normal factory things. Like producing fire. It's important. Somebody has to do it. Oh yeah, definitely. I don't really have enough clutter type stuff to just add in. I guess I can add some useless platforms. Eh. There. I'll just pretend that has a purpose of some sort. And then same thing on this side. I mean, I could do even more, but... well, the possibilities are kind of endless. Guess I'll try and... that fence back. Nope. It kinda works. There. Good enough. It totally does stuff. And I still actually need to add entrance and exit. How strange. There. There. And connecting the path. Yes. Good. So, that's one thing for people to do over here. I don't think I can test it. Well, maybe I can. No, I can't. Okay. So, how do people get over there? I guess I disconnect that path. I disconnect this path. How did you get in here? Okay then. I connect this path. Okay. So now people can use the go-kart tracks. Those are now open. And I'll add more benches in between. So that people hopefully won't get too upset. Like, yes, it is a very long path to eventually walk all the way back. But there's benches. Okay. You just found that out? Oh. Welcome to the club. Look, this spinny thing needs to go somewhere. Vital to have the spinny thing. It's a different spinny thing from the other spinny thing. Completely different. There is a fungus gnat flying around my head. So, that's very appreciated. I guess I could put it on top of a building. So, if I build a rather large building in this area, so what would I put underneath? Maybe another fairly simple attraction. I guess I could even build a ghost train or haunted mansion. Like, it feels like the ghost train and the haunted mansion are basically the same thing. But I technically haven't built the ghost train one yet. So I'll have the entrance around here. There, okay. And there. Entrance, exit. Good. So, if I build a building around this thing, this other building might end up getting in the way. Unless I purposefully... Like, where's the other one? There. Spinny thing. Yeah, I still have room to have the entrance and exit of the building be just outside, or of the ride, be just outside the building. If I want to. And obviously this entrance style. Or do I go for a different one specifically for this area? That fungus gnat is flying circles around my face, so that's nice. Thanks, fungus gnat. Okay. None of them feel especially scary. So I guess the space one makes more sense. It feels at least slightly intimidating, I'd say. Just the tiniest bit. So, I guess I can already place this ride if I want. Oh, maybe later. Okay. Then continue constructing this thing. Yeah, I guess just back inside the building. Actually, maybe have them enter the building like here. Okay. So. I could have some of it be underground, but I don't need to do that. It doesn't have to be flat either. There. Then big turn. Okay. And then maybe some brakes? No, I don't think they need them at that point. But I think for going back down, they'll need brakes. There. Down. Brakes. Ah, yeah, it's gonna get in its own way. Yeah. There's definitely gonna be problems with that. Guess I could do something like this. Nope. Trying to build this ride in such a small building is definitely difficult. I mean, I don't even have the building yet. Maybe I should build the building to give more of an indication of, like, how this is supposed to work. Okay. Well, I do want it to look somewhat fitting to the entrance area, but I don't really want all those windows all around. And I don't want it to be glass, because that would kind of defeat the purpose. So maybe this type of wall. I guess actually... yeah, I think that one is supposed to be steel. So... feels fitting. Then... entrance is gonna be... something like that. Okay, so... there. That works. Actually, which way round is that? There. Okay. Wait, I could even build different rooms inside of the building. That could be fun. And then the exit, probably there. Okay. Then let's see. There. Nope. Didn't quite work. Okay, that's part of the wall. Like part of the outer wall. And then... making it kind of difficult to see what I'm doing. Too many menus. Ah, there's no way that's at the right height. Absolutely no way. Yep. So... there. That's where I was trying to build stuff. Okay. That door should be on this side. And there, that's a wall. And some sort of steel platform. Yep, that works. That's its own room. Then... more of that. There. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be spooky, so adding a bunch of windows to it seems like it would kind of defeat the point. There. Ah. Tiny flaw in that plan. Don't get me started. There. Guess that'll work. Even if I wouldn't consider it to be a perfect match, but it'll do. There. There. And there. Okay. Now it's a bit easier to see how this building is supposed to work. There. Pretty sure it's still missing some parts. Oh yeah, right there. Oops. Okay. So. Did kind of make it more difficult for myself by doing all this. Didn't fully think that through. So... don't think... nope, it cannot go over top at that height. Right. So... I mean, I could just have them exit here. Well, do I want that though? And then brakes. Okay. And let's see if I can make this work somehow. I'm not sure. Maybe. I mean, it's supposed to be silly, so might even kind of make sense to do it like that. And I can get rid of that door, actually. Okay. Then... I think the previous one was already brakes. So... How do I connect this back up again? Whoops. Yeah. Doesn't really work. At least not as intended. Pretty sure the ride vehicles will be falling off the tracks if I do that, so I'll just have to change the layout of the path. It's a sacrifice I'll just have to be willing to make. There, brakes, and turn, turn, back inside. And I mean, I could even make it a feature. What height would the path have to be exactly? Is this high enough? Nope. So this should be there. There. Beautiful. Then still need to finish the building. Okay. Then I feel like that's all the spooky stuff I can really cram in there. It is a small building. I don't think they really care about stuff needing to be spooky. So I'll just put a roof on that. Roofs are spooky. Let's see, what kind of roof? I guess just that one. Oh, no, that doesn't work. And let's try that again. Yes. There. Where's the middle one? There. And it kind of works. Vaguely. That is not the same height as the other parts. There, that should work. There, I think that connects. I hope it connects. There, and last bit. Oh, come on. Nope. There. Okay. And then there, I'll just put that on the outside. Make it all more cohesive. I mean, it works. covers the weird inconsistency. And it doesn't even look too bad. Doesn't mean that it looks great, but it works. Weird graphical glitch there. 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 Okay. I mean, it is a box. Okay. On top of that box, I wanted to put the spinny thing. And it should work. Yes. Good. Why is it... Oh. Right. Huh. Didn't put it at the correct height. Now I need to redo this part. Silly mistakes. That looked weird, but it was actually at the right height. There. 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 But I am having fun now that I can... Well... realize all my silly ideas. Turn them into actual builds. There. No, still missing some bits of the roof. Come on. Okay. And last bit. Yes. Now I just need to put this thing at the correct height instead of the incorrect height. There. So, which way do I want it? I think I might want to go for this. No. Out of money. Fine. There. Increase the loan. Okay. And entrance and exit. Which obviously need to be a different style. I'll go back to the abstract one. Okay. And the spinny thing. The spinny thing. I guess just, yeah, it's a very red spinny thing. It works. Alright, so still need to connect those paths. I guess that'll work, sure. Maybe not the best, but it'll do. There. And then I just add in the path. I could actually delete this part. And just pretend that never happened. There. It's a building. And it might even be functional. Let's see. Okay, I need to test this. I really hope it won't crash. Obviously, I need to change the color of those vehicles. They need to be spookier. Why is it so squeaky? See through scenery. There. Please don't crash on the way down. Brakes. Nope. It crashed. Alright, that's why I saved. So I need to change those brakes to be a lot stronger, I think. There. Hope that works. Test it. There. Come on, please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't. Oh, it crashed. Fine. I'll change it. Okay. At least here it's already out of the building. Yeah, it's crashing spookily. Yep. Okay. Is that better? I hope it's better. I really hope so. Please don't crash again. I've had enough of that. Anything I can change? Not really. Don't crash, don't crash. It crashed. What is the maximum speed? Does it say? And crashes, yep. And that one will crash, yep. There it goes. Yep. It doesn't tell me what the speed was. So that looks like 32? Okay. I mean, it is something, but I wouldn't call it perfect. It's definitely something. Mainly deadly. I still don't fully understand how the brakes work. Speed limit for the brakes, like... Will that be the speed that, like... I don't know. There? Just making sure it connects, and it looks like it does. I think. There, I'll just have them be as slow as possible. I think. Maybe that'll work. I feel like I should try and add the closest thing to a flaming pile of rubble right here. If I've now fixed it. But just to remember how well that worked. Yeah, it worked. Okay. So, flaming pile of rubble. Well, I still wanted to change the vehicles. There. They look like ghosts. And I don't think it really needs this many. So, close it for a second. And switch to having like 4. That seems like plenty. Okay. So, need something that vaguely looks like the right vehicles, but has a pile of flaming rubble. Guess just the broken wheel will have to do. And I don't think I can really change the color scheme of those. Nope. Fine. I think it was ending up somewhere around here. There? Ah. Pile of junk. Obviously I need that. There. Now the broken wheel. There. And then the flames. Assuming I can find them. Where'd the flames go? There they are. And I'll try and make it blend in. There. That doesn't blend in. Wrong shade of brown. That's better. And then I guess more rubble surrounding it on the other side. Yeah, exactly. Can add some barrels. More junk there. And another broken wheel here, I guess. It's about as good as it's gonna get, I think. There. Good enough. I tried. There. Am I at exactly 999 VODs on my channel? I mean, it's possible. Haven't checked. But, like, maybe. Yes, okay. Fun. I feel like I need a wall. There. To try and hide the shape of the flame emitter thingy a bit more. That works. Yes. Okay. And I can open this thing. I guess I can check the rating of the ride. Well, it's apparently not very scary. Okay. And I will change the paths around here. There. Exit. Oops. Not like that. There, that works. And the exit. There, no. There. Yes. And the no entry signs. One here. And one there. Okay. Then I guess I'll add some like, benches. There. It's good. And then I need to add more spacey things. Another crash satellite thing, sure. Maybe one of these? One of those? Hope that's the right height. Oh well. That's the height it's at. It looks like it's at the correct height. There. Both of those things. Time for some weird plants. I ran out of money again. Guess that's enough plants. And I'll disconnect this path. There. And I should be able to safely connect that path. Alright. We can try out the new light. And they are queuing, so. Not the worst stuff. Guess my benches on this side might work. Do I have bins anywhere? I don't think so. There. Hope that's gonna be enough. Okay. Yep, one person's queuing for the ghost train. 2 people. I guess I could build, like, a building above the queue again. Seems like it's not going to be the longest of queues, so... That side. Right, and the wolf. There it is. And we'll just angle it the same way as it is for that part of the building. Yeah. Build stuff. I guess the exit can have a roof as well. Tea. Okay. Yeah, I can't extend that roof over top of the exit building, but that's okay. It works. Okay. Park is definitely in some financial trouble by now. I mean, there's probably stuff that I can improve on. There usually is. Let's see. This menu. Sandwich is good value. So, raise the price just a tiny bit. Okay. Oops. Lose the thing I was looking at. I guess I can just check individually. Cuddly toys, good value. Okay. It is now more expensive. Then the hot dogs. Good value. Okay. That's good value. Okay. Beef drinks. Nobody's thinking about them. Oh, people are complaining about the price of the drinks. Yeah, it's fine. Coffee shop. People aren't thinking about them at all. Okay. Sure. Chicken nuggets. I think that's, yep, good value. And candied apples. Yep. Increasing the price of those. Balloons. Good value. Okay. More expensive balloons. There. And are people complaining about the price of the restrooms? Not too much. And I know this one has on-ride photos, which nobody's complaining about. Okay. Good. They're not spending nearly enough money over here, though. Need more cha-ching sounds. Yeah. And there are definitely some hungry people. So... donuts. Can you almost afford to put that stall somewhere? Almost. I'll just increase the loan. That'll be fine. Now people can buy donuts. And... no new drink options, I think. So... it's just gonna be this stall again. There. And... bathroom. There. And probably some more benches in this area. It'll do. Okay, and I'll add in bins. Those spots. Hopefully keep this area clean. Okay. I mean, that's working. Somewhat. People aren't really thinking that they're especially good value. Still raise the price a bit. It'll be fine. Okay. More stuff I could add for, well, trying to extract more money from people. And I am able to unlock more stalls. Oh, just unlocked hot chocolate. TV. The spinny thing is working. TV's for this queue. TV's for that queue. Right, it's that way, I think. And I feel like I need to put a giant sign on this building. Come on, where is it? It's not allowing it. There. No. Almost. Guess that'll work. But color scheme isn't really what I had in mind. I mean, technically I wanted the name of the other thing. There. So... there. Spooky alien. Yes. I mean, this part of the park does seem to be working alright. So that's quite nice. And I guess that means I can connect the paths back up. Because now there's at least something for them to do. And that one. There. Now people can actually explore the entire park. Hopefully shouldn't get way too lost, because now there's at least stuff there at the edges of the park. So seems a bit less ridiculous. It's already closed again. Oops. Guess I need more mechanics. Big park. Fits lots of people. Probably still more stuff that I could have unlocked, but it's okay. Got plenty of stuff. Not sure if this staircase works. I'm not sure that one goes anywhere. I think it might. Now it's connected. There. Fixed it. But yeah. Lots of space for people to explore. Which should also hopefully make it so they're not all too crammed together. So, overall, I'm quite happy with how this park turned out. I mean, there's definitely some silly bits, but what do you expect? Like, this area's crowded. It's not like that's gonna change. I mean, I don't really have the space to really change it, so. It just is crowded and it'll stay crowded. Which also means that people keep destroying stuff. Probably not the most financially stable either, but it's a park. And I did complete the scenario. Like, I felt like I had to at least do something with the rest of the park. Leaving it disconnected from the rest just didn't seem right. But now it works. Mostly. I mean, there would still be plenty of room to expand it even more, but not right now. But yeah, let's go back to this menu. But yes, as I was saying, that was the last one in the beginner parks. So, I haven't done any of the other categories. So I do feel like I have to at least try to do one of the challenging parks. Possibly more than one. Just depends on if it seems achievable or not. So yeah, at least 1,500 guests. Not let the park rating drop below 700. I mean, I might be able to make that work. Depends on how difficult of a map it is as well. Park value of 320,000 at the end of year 3. I'm not sure how achievable that is. Like, this one doesn't have a time limit, so different. Okay, I don't know if I'll manage all of those, but I feel like some of these are quite difficult. I mean, year 5, so that's 5 hours of gameplay without pausing. So, I mean, it might be possible. And then these are just build your own. Okay. Anyway. I'll close the game. But yeah, next time I'll at least try a more difficult map and see if I have any chance of finishing those. And if I decide that there's basically no chance, I should still at least do like one park that's just completely custom. Because it just needs to happen. I'm guessing the ones in the build your own park section are probably ones where you don't have a specific scenario goal. I feel like I need to build one of those at some point. Bundespräsidenten Stichverwiederholungsverschiebung. And who are we raiding? I mean, I'm pretty sure nobody's playing a RollerCoaster Tycoon game other than me right now. But I'll quickly check. Yeah, as expected. Yep. It's fine. So, instead, we can just go and raid Mitchell, playing Dark Souls 3 today. Haven't been able to raid Mitchell in a while, so good enough of a reason. So, yes. Anyhow, I'll be continuing Hitman 2 tomorrow, and Thursday is going to be more commandos behind enemy lines, so that's the plan there. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.